Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. Claudia, Naveen, Direct Home Advisor, Buzz, UFO, RC Coin, Quizzy, Piper Jane, Cube Gift. Welcome all. Thank you so much for joining.
Fars News reports that Iran received a hard currency payment for Hormuz toll.
Saeed, Sarji, Q, Bhupender, welcome. Thanks for joining.
So, the full paragraph from Fars, according to information provided by the Central Bank of Iran to Fars, the income generated from the fees collected for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz has been deposited in the bank. This income was in the form of foreign currency. Previously, some media outlets claimed that Iran received fees related to the Strait of Hormuz in the form of cryptocurrencies.
averaging up, adding more as it starts to work in my favor, adding more contracts. Looking good, adding more, getting the size up to 2 E-minis as it goes in my favor, adding more trades or more contracts. Excuse me.
Minutes time now at the top of the hour. We get the Kansas City Fed Composite Index. Forecast is 9.5 on the prior 11. Manufacturing prior was 11. So just picking up from tanker trackers here that the US blockade line runs from most of the eastern point of Oman up to the border between Iran and Pakistan. So just to clarify, the US blockade line is running from the most eastern point of Oman.
So
and then up to
surprise
the border of
QZ
Iran,
is
Pakistan.
not that my levels are insane, how accurately they work each day. The surprise or most shocking part is, I mean, world doesn't realize it yet. I don't know, like I demonstrate it each day. I don't know, like they still want to believe all those trend lines, moving averages and all. That is more surprising and shocking now. So Naveen, you got a good entry. We got you a good entry this time around. Second instance, right?
So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the Kansas City Fed Composite Index, forecast 9.5 on the prior 11, manufacturing saw a prior of 11. We're also expecting comments from ECB's Nagel at the top of the hour as well. Speaking in Frankfurt.
They want to see is the fair value gap. They're not ready to work as hard as we work in the market.
Nasdaq 100 turns positive. 1 minute remaining. I'll be leading with Kansas City Fed Manufacturing. Ten seconds.
New paradigm members. So for to, to get
Still
full
waiting on
access
the
to my
data.
strategy, you need to become new paradigm member, which is our highest group. People also prefer using masters. It gives you 75, almost 80% access to my strategy, last 20% and my daily support
The USSL
in the morning pre-market show
3-month bills
with
on
new
April
paradigm group.
27th to settle on April 30th. The USSL 69 billion in 2-year notes on April 27th to settle on April 30th. And the USSL 89 billion in 3-month bills on April 27th to settle on April 30th.
NPL is the only way to
30
go.
billion in
Yeah.
2-year floating rate notes on April 28th to settle on April 30th. And the USSL 70 billion in 5-year notes on April 27th to settle on April 30th. And the USSL 44 billion in 7-year notes on April 28th to settle on April 30th. Kansas City Fed Composite Index 1010, higher than forecast at 9.5. And Kansas City Fed Manufacturing 1010.
I don't trade Asian sessions. Well done, Graham. Congratulations. Yeah, that's what you want to do. If you have made good profits, you had one big winner. Don't try to trade throughout the day. Call it a day. Go about doing whatever you need to do in your free time now. Let me take care of the pennies here now throughout the day.
According to a tanker tracker source here, the 4 Iranian oil tankers break through the siege by the US forces and enter Iran.
Apex provides 1k max loss for the day. What account you are talking about? Live trailing account 150k account provides you 4500 drawdown room. So why do you assume I am trading 50k account? And all these profits it accumulate as buffer, right? Once you are funded, you make $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. That is your drawdown room. Yeah, but generally I try to keep 3,000 max loss so that there is a way I can come back in the game. Once you are funded, once you have made profit, once you accumulate buffer, you have more drawdown room. But I still try my best not to go beyond 3,000 loss,
that in
because
the past 2 days, 4
if you are not
Iranian oil
winning with
tankers
3,000
have successfully
drawdown
broken through the American blockade and entered Iranian waters.
max, you're not going to win. You're not going to win that trade.
So, excuse me, that was coming from Tasnim News.
Thank you, RDGD. You made my day today again. Blindly trusted the levels. Thanks, buddy.
So a piece from the Wall Street Journal indicates that shippers are staying clear of the Strait of Hormuz after vessel seizures. So international shipping companies are staying clear of the strait after the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps seized 2 Mediterranean shipping company vessels on Wednesday, according to ship owners and analytics.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, guys, hit the like button if members you enjoyed all the levels. We have traded, made a lot of profits.
The
Broadcom
Fed bids
reached
for
weekly
4-week
high.
bills totaling
Nice,
$1.1 billion.
Target filled.
Members, do you like that sound? Is master's level a good one to start with? What do you think that sound was? That sound you heard was not target filled. That sound you just heard was we met our masters. That was the level for our master's trade. Yeah, that was our master's level trade actually. Maybe you should have a sound that says stop the madness. Well, I'm sure that's still not going to help bring new members or new viewers because they want to see Lamborghinis. Yeah, now comes the patience part. Yes, we met our target. It will be a slow scalping zone if we don't break out further. If we break out further, then yes, lot of upside movement possible. But yeah, if we start consolidating, it will be a small range now. This is not 500 tick. This is no, I'm not using 500 tick. Mostly trading using now 4096 tick. The sound of shorts blowing up. Yeah, they are still trying to find a reason. They are still trying to search Galibaf, fucking Galibaf. This Iran ship, this, that. Yeah, keep finding, searching for those reasons. I told you, right? Don't try to, be hero. Don't try to get in front of this kind of move. You don't know. It will come down. It will for sure come down one day. But you'll not be able to guess that news. For what reason is coming down? You'll not be able to guess that. Look at this, what they have done to themselves, trying to get in front of this kind of a move. I don't understand what chances they have, shorting this kind of a market. And they are even predicting the news. It is because of this Galibaf news. It is going to come down. It is going to come down because China is going to do this. Okay. It will come down and we'll be short that day. Don't worry. Okay, we'll know. We'll see. We'll assess pre-market. We'll see the price action overnight. There will be a lot of evidence. Market getting weaker. There will be ground level realities. Market comes down for a reason. Like Tesla had earnings, and it came down for a reason. Right into our weekly expected move, guys. Look at this Tesla earning. Goes straight into the weekly expected move lower edge and bounces. Meta was weak this week. Look at that. Straight into our weekly expected move lower edge. One double bottom and now bouncing. It comes down for a purpose. It comes down because of a reason. It just doesn't come down like that. Exactly, we know where it could go, why it is going, where it will fly. Someone mentioned Broadcom strong. It hits our weekly expected move upper edge. Yes, that is the second biggest position in our portfolio. Hitting the upper edge of the expected move. Hit the like button, guys. Hopefully we still have good moving market and we'll get to trade more number of times. And of course they were shorting it. Without shorts being involved, market doesn't rip up like this. Of course they were also shorting. There were many shorts who got again their head taken out. Hmm. Shorts are getting absolutely roasted. No, it's the, it's not about, you know they're getting slaughtered, head taken out. It's the smartness they have, right? It is going to come down because of this reason. They even try to go ahead and be that big shot Michael Burry. I have assessed the fundamentals of this economy and this is the reason it is going to come down. Just makes them look so stupid. They even give the reasoning. Market, yes, comes down. Okay, there will be another reason, not what you are saying. It will come down for something else.
So keep in
And
mind
it will
in
definitely
5
not be
minutes
for
from
that
now,
reason.
at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $80 billion in 4-week bills. The prior high yield was 3.595%, and the prior bid cover was 3.12.
They even try to give some justification, right? Yields are high, bonds are crashing, economy is not doing good, oil is at 150, it is going to affect the inflation because the CPI print is going to be this PPI print is going to come this, the
Microsoft plans
PCE.
voluntary employee buyout, according to CNBC Tech.
Personal consumption expenditure report will be this high. It is the Fed's preferred way of assessing the risk for the inflation. The job market is crashing. There is a private Jolt job opening, which is suggesting the weakness. They even go to that extent. And that's why the market is going to come down. It comes down, but it will be like for a surprise reason. That's why it will come down, because market didn't price in that thing, which came as a surprise. The thing you're writing on the paper, or you giving justification, those inflations, those job number, market is already aware of that. Market are more smarter than you. They are forward looking. Market cannot, any of those,
Look at the
15
article
things
from
you wrote on
CNBC
paper,
on the feed for those interested.
it's already priced in. If there is a 16th thing which you can't even think of, market also was not aware of. If that happens, then the market will come down for that surprise reason. I was that trader selling because the market went up, hoping to go down, and did, but only after blowing the accounts. Maximum loss happens, guys, only because of shorting. They lose many times, hundred thousands of paper cut, and one trade they win, and that's the trade they go and show on the internet. I won. They never tell how many thousands of times they got stopped out, how many paper cut they took to get that one shot. Was it even worth?
So we're shortly expecting the results of the US 4-week bill auction.
No, I don't know why are you asking me this question. Is it a question to me, RC Courier? Why would you ask this question? Have you been listening to any of my comments since morning? Just general chit chat. Okay, I get it. Hey, go and break 27,080 or something, then we can have at least a conversation. Not even worth conversation. Yeah, dumb. Big thing, right? Pull back, yeah, do. I mean, you'll get away. You know, right? You know the drill. This is that zone. After we exited that long, here you can do anything you want. It is going to consolidate.
The Lebanese Minister of
Go long,
Information
go
says
short.
that President Aoun emphasized that any contact with Israel's PM Netanyahu was out of the question.
And I also told you, right? I gave you the clean picture also. What will be my directional choice in this kind of environment? It's just that I don't want to trade now this 5, 10, 20 point range.
We
got a big
auction,
winner.
high yield of 3.595%, 3.595%, with a bid to cover of 2.98, 2.98. So
We got
the US sold
130 point
$80
winner.
billion and awarded 75.02% of bids at high. The S&P 500 hit an intraday record high, last up around 0.13%. US Central Command say US forces have now redirected 33 vessels since the start of the blockade against Iran. Israel's defense minister says Israel is poised to resume the Iran war. So Israel's Defense Minister Katz says that Israel is awaiting a US green light to resume the war in Iran. these comments from Israel's Defense Minister Katz just causing a leg down in the S&P 500, a bit of strength in US dollar as well. Israel's Defense Minister Katz threatens different lethal strikes on Iran. Again, just seeing weakness extending in the S&P 500, strength in the dollar as well. Upside movement in WTI oil too. So, a US official told Sky News Arabia that the Lebanese Israeli talks will begin today at midnight, according to Abu Dhabi time.
No separate chat for paid member. But in New Paradigm group, we start at 8:30 in the morning. So 8:30 a.m. till 10:30 a.m. That is where I am explaining them more detail on day-to-day basis in the current market my strategy. So that is again on the YouTube under live tab. So in the morning 8:30, New Paradigm members join me here for 2 hours. I am with them explaining today's market, what is the game plan, where I get bullish, where I get bearish, what is the preferred entry I have, what is the cutoff line where I am ready to take a loss, where I am ready to hold, wait and watch.
So keep in mind we are shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rates numbers. So according to N12 News, the Israeli Narrow Cabinet will convene at 8 p.m. this evening, assumedly in local time. So US 30-year fixed rate mortgages averaged 6.23% in the April 23rd week, which is down from 6.3% in the prior week.
Where the bulls at? If they don't step it now, it's over. Last line of defense. Yeah, Microsoft is moving big today. Need more screens. Miss out on one or two things and take drawdowns. Yeah, there was news. Israel is waiting for approval from US to start the war again. That was the news.
So CNN reporting that 2 bulk carriers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Looking into this then, 2 dry bulk carriers crossed the Strait of Hormuz today, according to the trade analytics company Kipler. One of the carriers, Timor Express, is owned and operated by Hapag-Lloyd, making the first confirmed transit of the strait by a vessel operated by the German carrier since the start of the conflict. Rebecca Gerdes, and data analyst at Kipler, told CNN earlier today. Now, sailing under Liberia's flag, the Timor Express reappeared off the coast of Oman after being dark for nearly 3 weeks, Gerdes said. The other ship that crossed the strait, LB Energy, is sailing under Panama's flag. So for those interested, we've posted the article from CNN on the feed.
So yeah, that was not a good ad on that red candle. The previous one was good. We got that breakout. This one is again. Getting rid of that additional lot we added at 80. I thought like 80 was holding. I was trying to use 80 as a support. So let's exit that first at 83. We'll still make 3 points on that additional lot. If it happens, then you'll make 3 points on that lot. That's true. Okay. Obviously, now we are looking for break of the market structure, coming out from downtrend to uptrend. Those few exit lined up will mark the break of the structure. We would have taken out both this like previous highs, this as well as this high, going into that area. Sizing is the problem. When you size up too much, it gives you less flexibility. I could have traded it very differently. If I was 10 micros, I would have utilized those remaining or additional contract. Generally, I go 2 E-mini. That is my maximum size. But since I had profits from the morning, I went that additional lot 3. But again, sizing makes me uncomfortable. If I was correctly sized on this trade, 10 micros, I would have traded it very differently in this zone. Especially all this add and remove. Instead of 900 down, we could have been up $600 by now. Control sizing. Sizing is the key, guys. Of course, level strategy also matter. It's only the levels and strategy which is giving the confidence. It is going to come back into some of these areas where we are exiting. Even if it is going down, it is going to come here, give kiss of death, and then depart on the downside. Yeah, let's see, it's starting to improve now. Yeah, one or two of them. Yeah, ES held the midpoint. There's no problem. It's just the sizing which I'm not happy. I mean, we knew this is ES could come back into our midpoint and we bounce. Simple. It's still a very standard trade for us. We pull back into the midpoint. We bounce. We are bouncing. It's still a long. Sizing always a problem. Greed, 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 greed. Making more money, more money. Yeah, Microsoft, big, big market cap, right? It's the one which is doing havoc, as you mentioned, Naveen. It's going crazy today, nuts, moving big range in the pre-market, at the open, big swings going on in Microsoft. Comparatively, if you see Apple, you can see, right? Not much, like at least in the small range. Microsoft, which is swinging weak, apart from that initial dump.
So, according to Al Jazeera, Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman says transporting highly enriched uranium is not an option. Reducing its concentration is a viable option.
Back in a minute. I can add one more lot here. Recycle. Catch a bid. No. Okay. Back in a minute.
Tasnim reports news sources reporting attacks by fighter jets on the Rashaf town in southern Lebanon. The Fed bids for 5-year tips total $3.3 billion. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $26 billion in 5-year tips, prior high yield of 1.433% and a private to cover of 2.62. So today's $26 billion 5-year tips reopening will provide a litmus test for inflation protection within a backdrop of stable, albeit elevated oil prices over recent sessions. Front-month crude futures currently trading just under 1% higher on the day, which it'll be interesting to see whether the high prices feeding through from elevated oil acts as a supportive factor into the tips auction today then. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $26 billion in 5-year tips. The prior high yield was 1.433%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.62.
I'll bring my food, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Mehr News says that Lebanese sources announced that Israel are continuing to violate the ceasefire in the country. So we're shortly expecting the results for the US 5-year tips auction. The pre-sale when issued yield comes at the top of the hour, and the auction results follow a couple of minutes after this.
What happened? Some more news? Top of the hour here. Anyway, I'll be on mute next few minutes while I finish my lunch. Thank you.
So reported by Al Arabia, saying that Trump will attend a meeting between ambassadors of Lebanon and Israel at the White House. Five-year tips when issued yield 1.365%. So we're now shortly expecting the results for the 5-year tips auction. I'll lead with the high rate.
I think there is some news. It cannot drop suddenly like this. There's definitely some news.
So just keeping an eye on the market, seeing strength in the dollar, weakness in the
Let's take a
S&P
stop here.
500,
I
strength
have
in
no idea what
WTI
this
oil as
news
well.
is.
Looking for headlines, can't see anything right now yet.
There's some news which we are not aware of.
Israel's Channel 12 reporting that Galibaf has supposedly resigned.
Then it is good thing, no? He's the one who is going to take oil to $200, VIX to 100. This breaking news, guys. Know what and how to deal with this breaking news. Okay.
So again, that's Israel's Channel 12 reporting that the Iranian parliament speaker Galibaf has resigned from the nuclear team. So again, Speaker of the Iranian Parliament Galibaf has resigned from the negotiating team following the intervention of the Revolutionary Guards. So again, does appear that this has coincided with weakness in S&P 500, strength in the dollar and WTI oil as well. So again, we did see the release of the 5-year tip sale there as well. The high rate was 1.367%. That was compared to the pre-sale when issued of 1.365%. The bid to cover came in at 2.57.
So it's waiting on any sort of confirmation from Iranian media. Ganan said that was from Israeli media and 12 News. So also did see a post from Galavath earlier, shortly before, around the time of the Israel headline. Galavath just published a message saying that in Iran there are no extremists or moderates. And he doesn't indicate anything about resigning from the negotiating team.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. What is the implication of this news? Is it good thing, bad thing? Markets are dumping on this breaking news. I don't know. It should be a good news because that's the guy they were afraid of.
So seeing the S&P500 index and Nasdaq 100 index falling quickly again, off the back of the Israeli N12 news headline that Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf resigned from the negotiating team due to interference by the Revolutionary Guards. So seeing further movement towards the downside on the S&P 500, movement towards the upside continues on the Dixie. WTI continues to move higher off of the back of the headline again from Israeli news media. From Galibaf's post on X, there's no indication of him saying that he's resigning from the negotiating team himself. But as said, we'll wait to see if there's any confirmation from Iranian media about it. But that's the news moving the market so far. US Treasuries pressure lower, yields test session highs. Again, as said, this is from the news that we had earlier on from Israel's N12 news. Again, nothing from the Iranians that Galibaf has resigned from the negotiating team. So in regards to Galibaf's post, we had a post identical from Iran's President Pezeshkian just a minute before Galibaf posted his. So again, quite muddy at the moment, but we'll get some news if we can from the Iranian side. Israel's Channel 12, according to citing an American official, says Trump isn't keen on resuming the war, but he might have no choice. Also from N12 News now coming through, it says that it seems that renewed fighting in Iran is approaching. Israeli official says the situation is clear present. Trump is offering his hand in friendship, and the Americans want to reach an agreement, but there's no one to negotiate with.
His sell-off begins. Bounce coming. They are grabbing the liquidity. $920 area should have bounced. Rejection or bounce? Rejecting. Oh my god. 920 area rejected. 920 area was our hope. Lot of selling pressure here. Double bottom area for Nasdaq. ES making new low. Midpoint 825 is coming then.
onto Axios, Trump is to greet Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors today. As Axios citing a senior US official, Trump will participate in part of the meeting between ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon at the White House tonight. So just from ISNA News, from their wise, they're just highlighting that heads of the three branches of government jointly posted a message containing a common sentence on their accounts: one God, one nation, one leader, one path. That is path to victory for dearer than life Iran. So again, no confirmation of what's going on with Galibaf, but three heads of branches of the government have posted out the same exact thing. So also from SNN TV from Iran, they say that Iran's Pezeshkian, Galibaf, and Mohseni Eji, the head of judiciary, responded to Trump with tweets of a common theme and gave him a joint slap, is what SNN TV has said.
No, there is a midpoint below. Below masters, there is a midpoint. That is what I'm worried
So,
about.
advisor to Galabaf on X says we're on the verge of decisive battle, and enemy seeks division in Iran. Key to victory lies in unity. Right now, all people and officials stand united behind our leader. So again, that's from Galabaf's advisor, Mahdi Mohammadi, speaking on X. He's just responding to the tweet that was posted out by Galabaf. But as said from SNN, it's a three-way tweet of the same thing. It's probably been taken out of context by the Israeli and 12 News. But it's probably something else going on. Nothing else has come from that though. But that's what we see so far. We'll keep you posted, of course, as always. So also Tehran,
Going for the
Tehran
midpoint.
Times, just doing the same thing, saying there's a joint message from the heads of three branches. Iran's No News says air defense is activated in parts of Tehran. The reasons are unclear.
So this we knew, like in the morning, this was our risk. If we lose, I don't know, this range, next stop point is midpoint. We are close, but we have masters in between. That's why we are like little bit long, early long. We got this bounce. I could not take advantage of that bounce we got here. In fact, I added bad on this pullback. I added more. Instead of
reports
exiting, I
from
added
Tehran
more.
Times reports of air defenses in western Iran. Probably meant to say reports of air defenses activated in western Tehran. But again, it's been reported by Tehran News as well. Crude futures climb over $3 a barrel after attack on Kurdish opponents of Iran. There's also the news about there's also news about Galibaf potentially resigning as well, or according to Israel, N12 news that he's resigned from the negotiating team. Just being cited by some of the major news wires that crude futures climbing over $3 a barrel after attack on Kurdish opponents of Iran. Meta tells staff it will cut 10% of their jobs in push for efficiency. So again, Meta tells staff it will cut 10% of jobs in push for efficiency. Meta employees to receive at least 16 weeks severance pay. So Meta is to eliminate roughly 8,000 employees and 6,000 open roles. Meta says the job cuts will help offset companies' investments.
One of the negotiator from Iran is resigned. Will not be part of the nuclear negotiation talks going forward. That is seen as a negative because he is kicked out from the Iran side from the negotiation. So maybe he was more cooperative for the peace. At least so far the reaction tells us that.
Iran's Mayor News also saying air defense had engaging hostile targets in parts of Tehran.
Well, market is doing what it was capable of doing on the downside. This is it, guys. We must bounce here, else it's going to be a big problem.
US oil hits intraday high, trading above $97 a barrel.
Cutting the trade. Took the loss. No idea where this is headed now. This is a major sell. Yeah, I mean it could still grab the liquidity, try to bounce, but whatever. Blown one PA account with a lot of buffer.
So further declines from the S&P 500 and the Dixie as the risk-off movement takes hold here, and further movement towards the upside on WTI, and downside movement from gold, also from Bitcoin as well. Again, off the back of the original headline that we had earlier on, that Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf has resigned from the negotiating team after IGC interference, according to Israel's N12 news. Then later on, we had headlines that air defenses heard engaging hostile targets in parts of Tehran, according to Mer News and other news sources such as Noor News reporting the same thing. But again, saying reasons are unclear. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi, now speaking on X, says failure of Israel's terrorist killing is reflected in how Iran's state institutions continue to act with unity, purpose, and discipline. It just says Iranians are all united more than ever before. So similar comments from posts from what we've seen from Galibaf, Pezeshkian, and the head of the judiciary, now coming from Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi. It's also US crude futures rising over $5 a barrel after reports Iran air defense is engaging targets over Tehran.
So this is where, this is the maximum downside we had planned for today. The midpoint and below it. Guys, right? Preparation for the longs, preparation for the short.
Euro drops below 200-day moving average to around 1.1671, the lowest since April 13th. US Treasuries extend losses, yields rise to session highs. So again, further declines here from the S&P 500, further movement towards the upside from the Dixie.
So new low has been printed in all the market. Nasdaq, ES, Dow. Let me see. The Dow has also printed new session low. So is Russell. Should get some reactionary bounce. Fucking new lows. 803. Yeah, guys, one funded
All
and
the Iranian
two
news
evaluations
channels just
blown for
reposting
me.
Iraqchi's post on X on their feeds.
Funded was with buffer, 5500 buffer. This is
Stop filled.
no end in sight. Do we need to go back on daily to see?
Stop filled.
Also, Israel's Channel 13 says on reports in Iran that air defense systems activated to counter hostile targets. It's according to a military source. No Israeli activity in Iranian airspace, though, is what Channel 13 from Israel says.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I mean, we are in that zone, as I mentioned. It. This is the last hope. We had midpoint, but this is actually a trend. This line you see, we had similar drop, sudden drop on Tuesday also, right? Uh, you see, right? This trend continuing. So this had an element; it could drop here, and it's also daily lows, which is planned daily low for the market. That's one of the reason why in the morning we prepared. Like this market is capable of coming all the way into these lows. You can see, right? This is the low. It could have come down to 26,748 area. If we see now where we are, 26,748. These candles are a little scary. Very big wick, big zone here. So this is the final zone, and we are targeting this area. Finish right in that neighborhood. Even if we are going down, there is a dead cat bounce here in this area, and then we go down. So this is what market is up to right now. This is the setup. Yeah, this was obviously a big risk for us going long today's market. It could have easily dropped from here, obviously in this trend into this area. So this was the risk. Now this is additional Nasdaq doing Nasdaq thing. I'm going to come back here 825. Even if it is going down, it is going to do one final kiss of death. One final kiss of death before it is going down. That is what we are playing for, that kiss of death. Here it is coming for that kiss of death.
So just keep an eye on the markets now. Just seeing a bit of a reversal here in the S&P 500 that's starting. Also the same on the Dixie and oil as well and Bitcoin. But no headlines so far that I can see here. Press TV saying that the US
Manipulations.
is trying to create the appearance of pressure on Iran. Actually,
These guys are all doing insider trading, guys.
New thing. We'll see if there's anything else. Nothing so far at the moment.
It's I told you, right? It's kiss of death. I told you it's going to come for this kiss. Final goodbye kiss. Even if it is going down, it is going to come back here for final kiss
So
of
the
death.
only headline that we do have is from Israel's Channel 13, citing military source and no Israeli activity
Hey
in
Naveen,
Iranian airspace. Again,
add this
nothing else
news source to the list
for a cause for this little bit of a reversal that we can
of
see
manipulation.
from the markets.
Israel's Channel 13. Along with Axios, Wall Street
25
Journal,
times UK's in discussions
Washington
with
Post.
Anthropic over Mythos access for banks and business.
Along with all those stuff, So it is bouncing, guys. So this is it, right? I told you, right? This is the final. This is what we planned. Maximum, we are coming down into this area. Yeah, I mean, we had some big pockets through which we got sucked into those vacuum in this low. Hit our planned daily low, or whatever, and now, Axios and all do whatever they want. This is heading back to 27,009 maybe. If obviously 26,942 is our next target. We even hit the masters there on that pop. But very scary to add. This is very wild, uncontrollable, big swing. This could go back to 27,000 also.
Brent crude futures leap $5 a barrel on reports of air attacks in Iran. So it's
Top of the
getting
hour.
more news
3
here
minutes to
from
go.
OSINT Defender on X, saying following the reports that Iranian air defenses were active in Tehran, according to Israel's Channel 12, military, according to them citing military source, it said, well, they say that the active air defense, which seems to be all gun-based, seems to be performative for the ongoing pro-regime marches throughout the area. So again, Channel 13 news, just being cited by OSINT Defender, is just being linked to or gun-based, seems to be performative for ongoing pro-regime marches throughout the area, not to do with airstrikes.
So the plan worked. This failed, but this one held, and we are going back up all the way. Who knows? We could come all the way till 80
Al
also.
Arabia, citing
Last rejection
Pakistani
here,
sources,
it could
says
go all
that
the way till this point
negotiations
also.
between the US and Iran continue despite the current deadlock. So, a reminder, this is something that has also been said before, but it's being picked up again now from Al Arabia. We'll pop around the feed for you. So again, that's Pakistani sources to Al Arabiya. Says negotiations between US and Iran continue despite the current stalemate.
Negotiations still continuing, right? Pakistan
US
doing their
defense
best.
official to Al Jazeera says there is no change in the status of the ceasefire with Iran. According to the US, aircraft carrier Bush sails in the Central Command area. So again, US says aircraft carrier Bush sails in the Central Command area. So that's CENTCOM on their X there.
I think Munir loading on his shots. What a time to be, peacemaker. So members, we are about to enter our money making zone. Go nuts, go crazy. This is where any casualties you may have had, time to make some solid gains now. So yeah, these are the long and short zone, and this is our cash zone, that yellow. This is our cash zone, cash making zone. This is obviously our short zone, and I think we were in the long zone. So yeah, my normal size 20 micros will return here in this area. You were trading 20 when it was dropping. Yeah, that's why I blown account. 3 accounts blown. One funded with 5,000 buffer. That is okay. Overall, what matters is you win more than you lose. There will be losses, there will be losing trade, there will be losing account. But are you blowing all your 15, 20, 10 accounts, or 1 or 2, 3, still making money with others? News we cannot predict. To be honest, why it is a bad news? It's good, no? Weren't they were fearful of that guy? Anyway. Could we go down again for double bottom? We could go down to 825 to our weekly midpoint. That can happen. We can start using that level. That kiss of death. It's the scare is gone. I mean, if we could have rejected this area, that would have been very scary. Like we give last final kiss of death here and then dump. So this scare is over. The lips are gone. So now the equation is, as I mentioned here, right? We enter this money making zone. That's what I was telling my members. We enter this money making zone. We stop. So we need one push into this area, and we could be trading our 10-20 contracts normally. But yeah, here it could still come back to retest this area and then go back up. So that is the risk. That's why I'm not sizing up yet. I'm still keeping little less size of micros, exiting them when it pops, adding them when it goes down again. But yeah, it is normal for it to come down all the way till 825. That is going to be normal to come all the way till 825. Yeah, the thing is we get the news late, right? We saw huge already 150 pointer move down, and then we get to know the news. So that is another problem. These insiders or whatever news portals, they have, or those shorts algorithms have faster access to the news than we do. Like here, there's already something going on. I don't know, there's some news. What is any thesis today? It's normal. This is a planned move for today. No thesis. We already planned for this kind of a day today. On the downside, we were already planning to go up to these lows. We hit our number 26,748 was the last final line where we could have gone. 26,748. We got bunch of negative news and we went to 26,748, and Nasdaq being Nasdaq, added a 1 week here before it put a reversal from here. This is coming back into this zone for chopping purpose. This was already planned. This is the daily planned move, nothing fancy. Market had already planned in this much from yesterday's closing price. This was the planned move for today. This is algorithms, machine work like this. They don't work based on what you think versus what I think. It's a planned move. It went for it. It tagged that and it is coming back up. Here there is another like potential of coming back to 825 one more time. 825, I can see it can happen on this. If it pulls back, it can drop into 825.
The Swiss National Bank Vice Chairman tells broadcasters that we have a greater willingness to intervene in the foreign exchange market.
Yeah, so the thing is, the intensity of this move, right, was very, very violent. The fact that it could have come down, we knew it upfront. We knew it in the morning. That's the plan I shared. That's the level I gave last night to my members, especially masters. They had these levels. That this market at any point is capable of going into this low. That's why when we started the day, we did plan that this will be our chop and the scalping zone, and this is where the sell-off begins, and it continues all the way into this low. And if you see current market, exactly we have gone into that low. This is before and after, right? Before the fact. Blue background, pre-market. Market is yet to begin trading. Black background represents the US session. Yeah, we started to take the upside route. That's why where it bluffed us. It started to go up. From there, it didn't go down.
Broadcasters that we have observed since from the since the start of the conflict in Iran that the Swiss franc has lost value.
Yeah, we started to build the structure on the upside. We're all leaned towards the upside. Obviously, up to this point, we have to wait. This yellow zone was our scalping area. We still don't lose the structure. If we had come here and bounced from this area, it would have still been in the uptrend. Low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and this area we still negotiate the higher low. Double bottom in this area and we rally back up. This is where the intense selling begins, that red background. Selling, 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 and it continues all the way as we had planned. It went all the way into this low. Tagged our final lows we had planned for the day and we rally back up. Here it's just like little bit of patience needed. Once you enter here, you can start trading your normal size. It is going to work. The consolidations. It is still on the move. I would not like size up or size down too much here. Just wait and watch. Let it enter that zone, and there you'll have better opportunities. Doesn't matter whether you go long or short. It is going to consolidate, fluctuate, give you opportunities. But my preference would be long, because this is still as per expectation. It achieved what it was expected to do on downside, and it is back up. It's just the way they did it. They did it very quickly with the news. They used the news. The manipulation is they kept pumping negative news, reiterating from two, three different sources. Back in a minute.
Trump on True Social says, with Iran, please be advised that I am possibly the least pressurized person ever to be in this position. I have all the time in the world, but Iran doesn't. The clock is ticking. Furthermore, Trump says Iran's navy is lying at the bottom of the sea, their air force is demolished, and their anti-aircraft and radar weaponry is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us, and the blockade is airtight and strong. From there, it only gets worse. Time is not on their side. A deal will only be made when it's appropriate and good for the United States of America, our allies, and in fact, the rest of the world.
Yeah, news volume actually is not low from my side. It is low from the source. Even I am hearing very low volume news. If I increase more volume, the music volume might go up. Hmm. Let's see. Decrease the music volume and increase the overall desktop volume. So the news should sound little bit louder now.
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $95.85 a barrel, up $2.89 or 3.11%. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at around $3.46 a gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $3.98 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.61.
30-second opening range. Martman, you are like trading with microscope. How do you watch 30-second opening range? Do you see any rejection? But we are getting lighter, as you can see, right? As market has climbed higher, I have reduced my size significantly. This is expected to chop here. I thought I showed you where you can begin doing whatever you want, long, short. Everything is going to work in this zone. It is our scalping zone, chopping zone. I would not object you if you're looking for a short now. My preferred direction would still be long. Long. See, it came back up. What sell off? What gallibaf? It came back right back up where it was before. So here I don't mind going back to 10 or 20 micros. I told you, right? This is my zone where I feel comfortable scaling in, scaling out. I don't mind going up to even 2 E-minis or 20 micros in this zone. We have recovered. We have very well recovered from that drop. course, for Fibonacci people, this is it's just a 50% retracement. This is going to go down again for double bottom. Sure. Fibonacci. It's going to drop RDGD. Sure, man. Go ahead. Short it. Short. It's going to come down.
People familiar describe Trump's plans on Jones Act waiver, saying Trump is set to extend US ship waiver to ease oil and gas deliveries. The waiver extension may come as soon as Friday.
Yeah, this is that zone of our strategy where those additional contract or whatever silliness you might do of scaling in, scaling out will work. It's our known zone of money making. Both long and short will work. Shorts worked until now, and now the longs are working. Whatever direction works for you. Zone has to hold. No, and you'll find out soon. You know how fast the Nasdaq comes down. The good part is Nasdaq comes down with the high elevator speed. It won't take long to figure out whether the area is holding or not. As far as size of my trade is concerned in this area, I told you. I in fact before it entered that zone, I told you this is the area where I will go up to 2 E-minis. That decision was made long ago. It was made in the morning where I will trade 2 E-minis, where I will should have not traded 2 E-minis. That's why I paid the price for not respecting my sizing. At this area I don't mind. Again, as we exited, re-adding those contract and re-exiting at the top end of the range. Going to go down RDGD, it's going to drop. It's a Fibonacci retracement. Okay, man. Keep polishing that Fibonacci. News, guys, news I cannot guarantee. If there is some breaking news, nobody can. I mean, I am no insider to know what news is going to come out. And I can assure you, in next 5 years also, I am not going to predict the news. News related loss I cannot avoid. It is going to happen. I plan for such losses. Out of many profitable days, there will be losing days with few losing accounts because of the news. You don't see the future? No, not yet. I know, like, the losing would be like couple of accounts, yeah, few blown accounts, maybe buffer I may have gathered that is gone. I don't mind getting two E-minis here in this zone. I told you, I already have told you, I told this thing in the morning itself where I can trade two E-minis where I should not be touching more than one E-mini. This is that zone where two E-minis I'm allowed to trade two E-minis. I allow myself in this planned zone to trade two E-minis. It's going to drop. We'll take a stop buy. Don't worry. Stand high. Could come back to 825 also. Remember, have a stop. Yeah, it can go to 825. Why not? Remember those lips? Those crazy lips.
Brent crude futures settle at $105.07 a barrel, up $3.16 or 3 spot 1%.
Yeah, this could happen. We could come back to those thirsty lips or midpoint. It is coming. It is coming. Let's take a stop. Let's take a stop. Okay, as soon as the structure is lost, we take a loss. Yeah, this is good. This stop loss is good. This stop loss is good for me. Yeah, this is good. Scary.
So a reminder at the top of the hour, Trump is to attend the healthcare event. We do have the video linked within the economic calendar. We'll put it on the feed for those interested. We do have the live video posted on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, we'll have to lighten up this trade at 42. Coming down for 77. Oh.
So a reminder, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Trump participating in a healthcare affordability event. We do have the video on the feed for those interested.
Masters. We have members below and masters ahead of it. What shall we do? 77.50. Mm-mm-mm. Holding? Nope. Going for 25. Going for 25, guys. Going for 25. Going for 25. Going for 25. 25.50.
Iran's Fars, citing its reporters, says air defences activated earlier after detecting small drones at several locations across Iran.
So news we generally get it late. First the move happens and then we get the news. There's always also it was top of the hour. No one reminded that there was top of the hour.
Seeing here from Axios, Iran deploys more mines in the Strait of Hormuz, according to sources.
Yeah, Axios is back.
So
Axios is
furthermore
so
into
back.
this article, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Navy laid more mines in the Strait of Hormuz this week, according to a US official and a source with knowledge of the issue.
Man, volatility. Did go for 825. So you have to also understand there is a member level also, Naveen. It just because you are long, it doesn't mean that the master has to work. There is a bigger level below masters. That's why I am also confused. masters and members level or our weekly level is equally important. So you are in the long, I am in the long, so that's why we want masters to work. It doesn't work like that, right? All it is doing is using our midpoint right now, back and forth. Yes, we have masters, so there is a slight possibility. That's where I went, like 2 e-minis is my comfort zone. Because of masters I went for 3 minis, but I am already regretting it. And look at the news. There's constant news drop. Now Axios is in the mix, and it's not a normal. VIX is a 5%. It is about it's close to 20 right now. It also depends the environment you are in. It's a very bearish environment and high VIX and driven by the news. Both levels are important. I also wanted masters to work here. That's why I did additional contract on that dip. I had a very high confidence that this will bounce, but we have members level below us, right below our level member. That is also important. But here we are regaining. If you regain masters again, it is flying high. So out on one lot there, booked $700 loss minimum.
Iran's FARS news says small drones seen in parts of the nation.
Yeah, so we are running out of time now, 3:10. I don't think we are in a position to cross VWAP. Very less likelihood. Unless something happens on this push, like this red candle finishes and the next green candle is so big that we take out VWAP. We are running out of time. It must happen, I don't know. Now. Like very next candle. Else we are going to finish below VWAP.
So it's getting similar comments from
Below 980,
Iran's
basically.
Mujtaba Khomeini, just saying that the enemy's media operations aim to manipulate people's minds and psyche. The goal is to undermine national unity and security. So as I said, just more or less similar to what's already been said by the other three heads of the Iranian government. And so heads up, Trump is now live. The video, remember, is on the feed for you to watch. Reminder, he's participating in a healthcare affordability event.
Come on guys, this is your opportunity. If you have to break VWAP, you got to do it here. I told you, right? Just after this red candle. In this candle, we must get there. Else, we are finishing below VWAP or I don't know, sideways or lower. We are not going higher. Oh, very convenient. No, it must happen. At least this is a crucial information in this green candle. I think this is a valuable information. If we are not going above VWAP, it is obvious that we are going to finish sideways or lower. No, but how about this green candle? In this green candle itself, like this should be the last red candle. That's what I'm trying to say. If we are going any higher, this is the last red candle we should see. We can't print any more red now. Why this confidence? It's our masters, guys. This bounce is coming from our masters. Masters are capable of launching. They are capable of breathtaking rallies. What do you mean by that? Well, generally it's best demonstrated when it happens. So hope it happens now. Because I could not see it, but when it happened, I was able to see it. So yeah, it better happen now. In this should be the last red candle of that any rally which might come. How far? Well, you have target in front of you. That far? Is it enough to qualify for a strong breathtaking rally? I don't believe it. Well, I am telling you, this is this is our masters here. Okay, this launch is expect some shit posting from Trump. Yeah, that. Okay, to pump it over VWAP. Okay, then you're fine. We are in the same team. But isn't he at the healthcare thing? Why would he speak about Iran or war at healthcare? You are also joining. It's our masters, guys. This is one of our highest conviction levels. So it's the heart of our strategy. This is the masters level long, and this is capable. It's already documented. Our masters level are capable of being a launch pad like this. They are capable of acting as a launch pad like that one. So once it happens, you will be able to see what I'm talking about. That's why it's the heart. It's the heart of our framework, masters. I told you, right? This should be that red candle, and we are running out of time. So time is afternoon session. I hate it, guys. Even if I have good setup, good level, I mean, if this steam is lost now, it's over. That's why I'm saying that we cannot lose the steam now. No more red candles now. No more red candles. Take it however high you want now. It's our masters level launchpad. Yeah, I teach this level, not the masters. These levels are not my creation. I extract the data from the options market, weekly expected range of movement, daily 0 DT expirations, and I share the formula as well, how I calculate those level in one education video. These are my proprietary levels. I don't share the formula. I look back in the order books, see where the institution has bought and sold the market in the past, and that is why this is high probability trade. The institution and the algos are programmed to use those level. And that's one of the reason why you are seeing this launch here, because it is coming from our masters level. You cannot, no, not even any overhead resistance. You cannot print a red here. You cannot print red here. You cannot print red. If you print red, means the steam is lost. So it is at least capable of sending you into 63 here. That's our next number. It's still below VWAP. No, 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 no. Don't print red. Get it back up. Get it back up. Get it back up. Yeah, so once you become member in our educational video, I do share all the knowledge. Go under home. Once you become member, you can access all the educational video. In this video, I do explain how I calculate those levels and how I trade those levels and all these explanations. So you cannot print red. You cannot print red. The momentum cannot be lost. If you are printing a red here, means it's over. This must turn green. Then you still got it. It's turning green. It's turning green. Yeah, I saw that ES Masters level, right, Satish? But ES also has the weekly midpoint above it, right? So that's what I was thinking. I have a doubt as well. ES Masters might reject, and yeah, ES needs to clear that view on the Masters level. You're right. But we are, yeah. ES also has a motivation of its weekly midpoint on above. So I'm also watching that. It's above that level. It's at that. It's not that it is below Master. The good thing, it is at that level exactly. It if it closes candle green, we got red candle here. That's not good. But yes, let's see. Yes, is still not giving up the fight. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes is not losing that level. Yes is gaining. Yes is gaining, guys. It's yes, it wants to help. It wants to help Nasdaq. Nasdaq will get to 42. We know 42 is our number there. 42.63.
US money market fund assets fall to $7.637 trillion at ICI.
So ES is cooperating, guys. ES is fighting for that level. But time will be the problem. We are already 3:30. Time will be the problem here. Market is waiting for Trump to pump it up. Well, we don't mind his positive comments. I don't think he's speaking bearish at all. Even if he speaks bearish, in the same breath, he has a bullish comment at the end. So that is a good part about Trump these days. So he might say something bad, but at the same time, he will say a good thing at the end of that statement. He's speaking now? Okay. So let's break VWAP now. Yeah, guys, time is not our friend. We are running out of time. I told you, right? If we had not stopped there, if we did not get red candle there, it would have saved us a lot of time. Getting that one red candle, you can see, right, how much time it has wasted. It was right over here at 20. Right now we are like 10 minutes. Momentum got paused. You feel like Trump will be bullish. He is enjoying all-time highs. Someone mentioned 100% win rate in the circle.
So, in regards to the ICI, total money market fund assets fell by $5.56 billion to $7.64 trillion for the week ended April 22nd.
Excuse me. Not good, guys. Time is running out. News. Is there a news? News is on.
So, see an article here from the Wall Street Journal. It's about an hour old. Iran war complicates contingency plans to defend Taiwan, according to some US officials. So from the Wall Street Journal, then, it says the US has burned through so many munitions in Iran that administration officials increasingly assessed that America couldn't fully execute contingency plans to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion if it occurred in the near term, according to US officials. So the US has fired more than 1,000 long-range Tomahawk missiles since the war with Iran began February 28th, as well as 1,500 to 2,000 critical air defense missiles.
Again, not good management of the trade. I should have taken the first big lot and then hidden the small lots behind. I took the small lots out and let the big lot there. Back to masters one more time. Yeah, yes. Okay, should be fine. Should be fine to catch a bid here. We should be able to catch a bid.
So we have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through.
If not breaking news, if not comments or tweet, then there is some article which is released. Same algo as yesterday close. Yesterday close, I remember I left you with my trade on. It was a long. We were watching it for 20 minutes for me with stop loss. It didn't hit stop loss. It went to hit on all the profit target. You mean to say yesterday's algo in the opposite direction? Or yesterday's algo? Oh no, it's still long.
IBM says
Don't
they're
get me
working
wrong.
together with Google Cloud to accelerate enterprise AI
They're still
and
coming
hybrid
back up.
cloud modernization.
Well, we are still at our masters. If it helps, this is still capable of bouncing. So don't you worry. Okay, we have our masters there. You got your back if you're long. Hopes are not exhausted yet to fly into VWAP at least minimum. This level is capable of launching you into VWAP. Well, weren't you saying same thing here? Well, then someone released the report. US is not capable of defending Taiwan because it has exhausted all its missiles with Iran. You keep timing the news, bad news at the bad cusp moment where it was about to break out. What do you expect is going to happen? News, guys, there is no control. Strategy cannot win if you have manipulative news at the wrong time. Your stop losses, like I did a mistake. I was deep in the money. I could have taken many contracts out and left few runners. I tried to be greedy and I am now stuck. How does Taiwan come into question? Yeah, I mean, it's just something. Will US never going to admit that, right? They will say we'll have ton of storage, or we have a ton of back pile of missiles. We haven't even exhausted anything, 10% or 5% with Iran. So this all these news are nonsense. Like no country will reveal its defense secret openly. So what's the point of trying to do guesstimation on the defense missiles of any country? Nonsense report. Yeah, it's a silly report. You're right. And no country will tell how much exact quantities of missile they have. Everyone will try to hide it, give the wrong number. Nobody will admit. It's not a responsible journalism. So yeah, that's a nonsense, right? Trying to guess how much missile pile they have still left to defend Taiwan against China if they were to attack Taiwan. Nonsense. Well, we ran out of time, guys, so this is not good. I don't think we have time left here.
EU warns US trade deal risks unraveling with proposed changes. Further detail into this, then, the EU warned member states that efforts to strengthen safeguards in the bloc's trade agreement with the US may cause the deal to unravel. The Commission, the executive arm of the EU that handles trade matters, told the bloc's ambassadors this week that some changes lawmakers proposed to the EU-US trade deal would sink the accord.
Looks like we are finishing 8:25.
Of the deal, which was signed in July after US Supreme Court struck down Trump's use of emergency powers law to impose global tariffs, and after the American president threatened to annex Greenland.
Guys, looking for our midpoint finish, guys. 8:25, 50. Come on, Mr. Trump, say something. say something to pump this market. Imbalance in 5 minute. Even if it is going to be buy imbalance, I think it will still dump into 825. 825.50 is what might happen, guys. We'll finish right at 825, 825 below.
Trump says all chip companies are coming back to the US. The US is leading China in AI. According to FARS News, an Iranian bulk carrier ship carrying rice, despite the US Navy's attempt to seize it, was escorted by vessels of IRGC's Navy and safely passed through the Sea of Oman and reached Iran. Trump credits tariffs for the rise in chip manufacturing in the US. Trump says chip companies are coming to the US from Taiwan and South Korea. Lutnick says that we expect $1 trillion in chip fabs.
Three more minutes to go for the imbalances.
Lutnick says that we negotiated a great deal with Taiwan on chips.
Imbalance is
1 minute ago now to begin the market and close imbalance data.
the orders, right? The orders which are pending for execution, which needs to be balanced. It's like reshelving, right? At the end of the day, many people buy calls and puts. People who are bearish, who think like this is a warning or warning shot for more sell off to come tomorrow, they will buy puts. So there's a lot of purchasing done of puts. So people buying puts make them bearish. People who are selling them puts are net bullish. If market is going to dump tomorrow, why would market makers take that loss, right? If people bought puts, people will make a lot of money. But just because they were had a mandate of making market, they sold those put, made the market making firms bullish, right? And if market dumps, they need to be hedged. So
10
that
seconds.
activity of whatever was sold, right, to refurbish those shelf, right, so that their delta is neutralized. It's kind of balancing act.
Market and closing balance: S&P 500 sell side 1.6 billion, Nasdaq 100 sell side 420
So
million,
it is now
Dow
imbalancing.
30
See,
sell side 565 million, Mag 7 sell side 588 million.
this is what happens, right? The final imbalance is known. So now there is positioning. Now what to do? Like screw those shorts who are buying puts, because 1.6 billion imbalance towards the sell side. So at least you can see, right? Immediate, at least whatever balancing act is done.
So reminder, at the top of the hour we get earnings from
I would have preferred
Intel
825. I was
for their
talking about, right?
Q1
825 here.
2026.
That was not good.
Estimate of EPS estimate of 1
Going for
cent,
950.
revenue estimate of $12.36 billion.
Yeah, I would have preferred 825 week here on this one, but it's okay. This might still come down, so be careful.
Tehran Times, they reported earlier that there were reports of air defenses in western Tehran that were activated, and now reporting again that air defense is active in Iran.
I'll tighten up my stop loss, guys. Now we cannot afford to wait longer. It's already end of the day. I don't want to lose on this last trade, which is already in the money. Either we size down or we trail very tight. Here's the break. Size down a little bit. Okay. Now no worries. We are not going to lose on this trade. Let it fly. This is good. This is coming up strong. Told you, right? 42 is our number there. Don't disappoint. Do not disappoint. No disappointments, please.
5 minutes ago, to get Intel earnings Q1 2026, EPS estimate of 1 cent, revenue estimate of $12.36 billion. Also at 4 p.m. East time, we get SAP earnings Q1 2026, EPS estimate of $1.64, revenue estimate of $9.53 billion.
Some prop firms I'm live, some I'm trading their sim funded. Yeah, there are a lot of restrictions. It's not easy to make payout. You're right. They have tough rules, but you get their leverage, right? There are pros and there are cons. That's why you have to treat it as a business. The amount of money you're paying them versus amount of money you're making back. If you're net positive, you don't think too much. It gives you kind of a cushion. Like this kind of trade, right? At the end of the day, you will not try to risk it with your personal money. But yeah, if it is prop firm, yeah, I don't mind. 2 blown account today. In fact, 3 blown accounts today for me. One funded account was blown and two evaluations were blown. It's okay. Overall, I still made money with other 3, 4, 5, 6 accounts. So 42 happened. We knew 42 will happen, guys. That's why that 10 lots I was waiting there
Let's
for
go
42.
down to expecting Intel Q1 2026 earnings. Ten seconds.
Stop filled.
Alright, guys. Unless you want to hear Intel earnings.
Still waiting on the earnings.
Okay, you can hear the Intel earnings. And SAP earnings at 405. I can wait. But we don't track Intel or SAP in our weekly expected range of movement. Just to see if those Intel SAP earning helps you reach the VWAP or that 825. That is what we are trying to find out. As of now, this is still
Adjusted EPS of 29 cents for the first Q. Adjusted EPS 29 cents, beat on the estimate of 1 cent. First quarter revenue $13.58 billion, a beat on the estimate of $12.36 billion. Adjusted operating margin of 12.3%, a beat on the estimate of 3.08%. Adjusted gross margin of 41%, a beat on the estimate of 34.5%. They see second quarter adjusted gross margin of 39%, a beat on the estimate of 36.5%. They see second quarter adjusted EPS of 20 cents, a beat on the estimate of about 8 cents, or 8.6 cents. First quarter Intel Foundry revenue of $5.42 billion, beat on the estimate of $4.81 billion. And first quarter client compute revenue of $7.73 billion, beat on the estimate of $7.1 billion. Data center and AI revenue $5.05 billion, a beat on the estimate of $4.41 billion. Also, Intel sees second quarter revenue $13.8 billion to $14.8 billion, estimate beat on the estimate of $13.04 billion. Trump, when asked how long he will wait for Iran, says, "Don't rush me." And Trump says, "We will take out Iran's wise guy ships if we see them. Maybe Iran loaded during hiatus, but we'll knock them out. Iran has all new leadership and they're fighting." Let's go back to Intel's earnings. CEO sees a strong demand for data center CPUs. Go back to Trump, says Iran may have reloaded during 2-week hiatus. Also, Intel says still need to improve supply of data center chips, way ahead of schedule on foundry improvements. Intel lifts 2026 capex plans to even with last year. They see PC market declining in the second half.
here's the VWAP, guys. This markets are still strong. Okay, today's
So about a couple of
drop.
minutes until we're expected to hear from, or we expect to get SAP's Q1 2026 earnings.
Was okay. It was not something very extreme. It's just that it happened quickly and with the news. They did it with the news, but it was
Trump
already
says
the priced
we've
in
hit
move.
about 75% of Iran targets.
We
And
might
just
still continue
reiterates
to
what he's
see.
been saying all the time, that they can't have a nuclear weapon. Trump says blockade is 100% effective. So he says blockade is 100% effective and Iran is getting no business. And just reiterates what's been said before, that Iran wants to make a deal. We've been speaking with them.
Trump is there to pump this market. No need to worry.
Trump says we're giving Iran a chance to resolve its turmoil.
Alright, guys, VWAP happened. Congratulations to the long, and again shorts, unfortunately. You might still see all-time high tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice evening. See you back tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye-bye.
Trump says Iran is not doing well economically or financially. Surely expecting earnings from SAP now. So just seeing shares of Intel soaring 17% after second quarter revenue outlook tops estimate. Trump on Iran says, "We'll see what happens. We have no pressure." Just reiterating what he's said in his Truth Social post earlier on in the day.